Good morning, everyone. Well, at least here in the United States, for most, it's still morning. Welcome to Flying with Mike. We are about to embark on a good old red eye out of Los Angeles to JFK International. Hope y'all are ready for it. Not a huge fan of night flying on um, streams only because this is about the only time you're going to actually be able to see the 747. Any other time during the day, of course, you can see it all the time. But at nighttime flying, well, it's problematic at best. All right, just getting the last piece rolling here, and we're gonna get rolling. We got us about a 4.5 hour trip across the country, so I want to get into this thing as quickly as possible and get us rolling. So, without further ado, gonna take us up into the cockpit area. All right, and let's do it from the big vantage point, the big picture, if you will. This was a classic aircraft built in the 60s, 70, early 70 time frame, um, when the 200s came out. And the 200s, you know, what do you think? They're a souped up 100. The 100s were great aircraft. Pan Am just ate them up. Um, However, they had some shortfallings, and then the 200 came out, and boy, did that plane explode. I mean, company after company after company bought them. There may even still be some out there in service with some cargo carriers, so they were that popular, folks. However, being from the late 60s, early 70s genre, three-man crew, pilot, co-pilot, captain, first officer, co-pilot, and the guy that did all the work. The flight engineer, that's right. He was really the one behind making your flight as comfortable as humanly possible. Um, it was up to the two pretty boys, the captain and first officer, to kind of steer around turbulence. But turbulence, is it's an unseen force. You can only gauge it in some degree by some of what you see out there. Um, so just noticed some things I'd missed. uh, but overall, clear air turbulence, folks, is just as the word says. It's clear. Can't see it. And you hit it, and well, we've heard in the news every now and then of its effects. But that's those two guys' big job. The flight engineer behind them, he managed the engines, the pneumatics, the air in the aircraft that you warmed and cooled with. Um, Everything, folks, ran through his panel. Fuel, hydraulics, the whole 9 yards. So, so there's where we are in the flight sim today. However, we're not blessed with those three people. It's just one. So, and after the break here that's coming up, we're going to get right into it and get this plane airborne because for the most part, she's ready to go. We'll do a quick pre-brief and then we're going to get pushing back. So folks, after the break, we'll see you and get things rolling. I know sometimes when it says incoming ad break here, it doesn't happen. So we'll see what happens here. See you in a second. All right. All right, folks, so we're still here. I'm not seeing any change over here on my laptop, so I am assuming we are still live. So let's bring in Sim Toolkit and do the best we can. First off, I want to get some things ready so we can hit those checklists when we get to them. Making sure, K. All right, so there we go, folks, the better view here. So let's get Sim Toolkit up here. And let's go as far as we can till the break hits, because there will be one here shortly. All right, so here we go, folks. We do have Los Angeles Center up. I am debating whether I will be online, but I do seem to see what appears to be Albuquerque as well. So I don't know if we're going to come online or not. We'll kind of whittle that out here in a minute. Now, if you look down here to the south, look at this flight trail going on, headed for Houston. Came from, I'm believing, Cancun over to somewhere in Mexico, headed up to, uh, oh, excuse me, Houston. I did not mean to yawn in your ears, folks. So yeah, I think could be world flight that's ongoing. That's about the normal gaggle that follows that. And that's a great, they're doing it for charity, so that's a great thing there, folks. We'll probably get into a leg or two here. We'll see as I kind of get to their website and see where they stand. All right, so we're back from break. So as you can see, we're in Sim Toolkit. Let's do a quick pre-brief. Coming out of Los Angeles, we do have the center up. So as expected, we have an ATIS from VATSIM. Okay, currently 050 at 72 miles. We have fog, drizzle. We have a few clouds measured on the ground. I don't know how they did that, but hey, power to them. 200 feet, and it's all few. That's the good thing. 16 and 16, that's a good number to work with here, folks. When you see that and a light wind, that is a recipe for fog. 2997 for the altimeter, and currently they are using the 24 left, 24 left. Let's try that again. Boy, 24 left, 25 left approaches and departures. See, simultaneous instrument departures. Let's do them visual. What the heck? We can't see anyway, so. Anyway, bird activity and all of that good side. All right, 2-4 right and 6 left are closed for construction. Make sure you're on mode C, blah, 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 blah. Now, this one catches me all the time. Remember what we saw up here? Caution, hang gliding, miles south of Los Angeles VOR. Going to go up in a hang glider in the fog. Can that be a recipe for disaster? I think so. That's kind of hilarious. So, no, it's not hilarious. It's California. But anyway, kind of an interesting dichotomy there, wouldn't you say? All right, now over at JFK, we have ATS up, or an ATIS up as well. Currently, calm winds, 10 miles visibility, 15,000 feet on the clouds, 25,000 feet, and beautiful, beautiful New York City day. We'll be planning. Right now, they're showing the approaches in use, the 4 right and left. We'll take a look at that in flight and set that up. They're departing, though, on the left, which I don't know where all these yawns came from, but man, they're coming, and I do apologize. I believe the left side is the longer two. But at least in New York City, no matter what flavor you call New York City, at least they don't do hang gliding in the fog. Well, now, I shouldn't say that. They just might. But anyway, that just still cracks me up. All right, up here we go to the loadout. Now, we are not running with 366 peeps. We're running slightly around 300. We kind of worked with the cargo a little bit. We're at 80,000 pounds of payload. 467,200 is our zero fuel weight. Again, this has been adjusted a little, same with the fuel. But we were scheduled out of here with 134,400 pounds of fuel. However, we will be flying at Mach 0.85, starting at 35,000, then we'll go up at in Arizona up to 37,000, and then in Danville up to 39,000. All right, so there you have it, folks. That's our plan of the day. Let's get NavGraph in here real quick. For those of you who don't have this, highly recommend it. Great standalone program you can put up there. A lot smaller than this, but what I've done is incorporated it into Sim Toolkit to turn Sim Toolkit even more of a one-stop shop for us. Okay, so I can do just about everything in planning right here. All right, so let's go up here. We're going to import the flight so we can get it in here from SimBrief. There it is. And there's our trek across the country. Approximately 2,200, 2,300 miles. Actually, down here it says 2,150 miles. And I don't know how that factors with the SIDS and stars, but you never know. All right, so there you have our actual route. We are going to be doing the Los Angeles 1 departure. SoCal departures 124.3 or whatever VATSIM determines they want to be on. 128 feet above sea level. Here's the requirements. And here is the actual procedure. 24 left. Climb 251. Cross Santa Monica, radial 160. At or above 3,000. Then prepare for vectors 2. Route fix transition. All right. What does that mean? Some of you are really scratching your head, and it really kind of is kind of curious. Sometimes you'll hear RNAV to such and such fix. In essence, that's what it is, but guess what? It's not an RNAV departure. So he can't use that terminology. So what we're going to do is we're going to take off here, 24 left, 251. Here's the radial 160-ish, somewhere right in here. And when we cross that at or below 3,000, that shouldn't be too hard since we're just off the ground. We're going to continue out 251, and we're going to work our way around to Seal Beach, SLI, at or above 5,000, or 4,000, sorry. That also should not be a hard, none of these altitudes should be hard, unless, of course, you turn like right here. And even then, it shouldn't be that hard. Okay, so we're going to go to Seal Beach, to Tusty at or above 8,000, Hemet at or above 11,000, then on out to Thermal TRM, and join our departure. Or actually our course at that point, because this is the end of our SID departure. SID stands for Standard Instrument Departure. Let me see what our moderator chimed in with here. All right, I'm just letting him know. And our moderator is at work, so, you know, he can do only the best he can do from work. Wait a minute, from home. Never mind, we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. All right, so again, Seal Beach, the Thermal, and then on course. We are parked. We're going to go ahead with our taxi brief here. We're parked right here in gate 24. We're going to push facing north, taxi out to Echo, all the way down to Echo 6, and make our departure from there. Now, technically, when we do our calculations, we technically could go from Victor. I don't know how much of, I haven't looked into the documentation, what the difference in intersections are here, but it's only going to say like 2,000 or 3,000 feet of runway. Yeah, plenty of runway. We could actually go over here and taxi probably and take off in the muck. Just kidding, folks. All right. So again, we'll come out of here, D9, Echo, Victor, or all the way down, because, we could maybe get airborne by here. Anyway, you'll see what I mean. They got EMAS? Oh, blast pad. Okay. Thought that was EMAS for a second. Like, wow. I didn't know they'd have had that. I know they may have. Nope, they don't even down here. Because I thought they were working on a taxiway to get you back over here if you land there. So, anyway, Atlanta really came up with that, and that is a phenomenal tool a lot of airports are adopting, where they take the taxiway outside the safety area, bringing you in, allowing the flow of traffic to keep moving even though they're landing and taking off both runways. Really phenomenal. We've shown it to you on a couple of our Atlanta flights. All right, lastly, down here you see D-ATIS, and I highly recommend, folks, you check this website out. Let me see if I've got it real quick and handy for you. Of course not. We'll get it to you in flight. But basically, folks, what I use this for, and it's not geared to flight simming with VATSIM, because VATSIM sometimes will pull out, oh, you know what? I think we're just going to take off on the 390s. Wait a minute. Can't have a 390. What the heck? We'll call it 390. Because they're not actually checking what the real world is doing. So, but anyway, currently we are going to be taking off 24 left to Seal Beach and then on course. All right, enough of that. Get away from us there, Sim Toolkit, and let's get over here and see how she really is loaded. All right, looking at this, I want to dispel a couple things that are coming quick to people's minds. First off, this is kind of concerning me too with being on VATSIM. The lower frame rates, if right there, 15, 17, 13, that's going to kick us potentially off of VATSIM. So, respectfully, I'll probably stay off. And I think it has something to do with night, but I could be wrong. We'll see how the flight transpires once we get out of here. All right, so you see load calculator, refuel, payload. You pull this up, folks, and you set this page up, you have yet to load the aircraft. All right. You have to then go to refuel and payload to actually fuel and load your airplane. So here's what we've got. Here is our loadout in the plane, and it shows you here where things are. Cabin, upper deck, up deck. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, 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 boom. Cargo, 1, 2, 3, bulk. 1, 2, 3, bulk. So that gives you an idea where things are on the plane. Over here is where you actually calculate the fuel needed for the flight. All right, so as we said, 2250 is our destination distance. We're going to bump that up to 9, just because that's where we're going to actually end up at. All right, tailwind, and it is exactly that. Now, if you don't believe me, folks, think in your mind, what should a tailwind do? It should push you, right? Make you go potentially faster, right? You're going to go faster across the ground, potentially burning less fuel. So when you move this number should come down. So we're at 140,500, 137. You see what I'm saying? However, if we have a tail or a headwind, it should cause us to use more fuel. So I think you kind of get the picture. Okay. Winds today's trip are to our average. Let me clear that up. Averaged wind from Los Angeles over to JFK. Not to say we won't have tailwinds and headwinds and crosswinds and all of those goods, maybe even an upside down wind, who knows. But averages 280 degrees at 771 knots. Pretty good push, folks. So I could set that, but again, with the 280, that's kind of a cross on the plane too, so that's why I backed it off. All right, alternate Boston, approximately 150 miles away. Well, we can't do 50s. I don't, not well. So I went up to 200. What's the word I'm looking for? Not contiguous. Um, anyway, what we are planning, contingency. There's the word. I knew it would come to me. Thank you, Lord. Contingency fuel of 5%. Our taxi fuel, 20 minutes worth. So minimum reserve will be 13,000. Trip fuel, 102,000. Our reserve for alternate, which is what I like to run with alternate, and our 45-minute reserve, 30,000, almost 31,000 pounds. So if we have less than 31,000 pounds, folks, hopefully we're on the ground safely in the gate at JFK. But this is what the military would term joker. Bingo means you're starting into this. Okay, find an airport quick. Total fuel for them to load us then with is 140,500 pounds of fuel, roughly. Meaning, so after we do all of this, here's our results. We have 300 peeps on board. Payload, 80,600 pounds. About 80 pounds more than we planned for. About that. Less people, more cargo. We actually planned for 0 cargo. All right, so our zero fuel weight comes in at 467,289. About 80 pounds more, go figure. Blocking out of here at 607,792 pounds. Takeoff weight dropped 2,000 pounds from that. You got it, basically. There's our CGs. And folks, that is what we are calculating. So let's start making it happen. So let's go to refuel first. Now there's a couple of things you can do here. First off, always click use load sheet data. What that means is you're using this data. That's your load sheet you generated from the from this calculator. That's where all the little boxes got filled in from. Okay, so you have a couple of things here. I'll be honest, I've had a lot of trouble with some of these, so I just do instant and be done with it. Okay, now we're going to stop for a second. Let's go over here. All of a sudden, we're filled up. Cool, huh? All right, proceeding to payload. Again, use your load data sheet. There's your 300 peeps. There's your cargo. 0 fuel, block weight, blah, blah. On we go. Got a crew of 15, and we don't have any packs or any cargo loaded. Again, we have a couple of ways to do it. Let me go back to refuel. Let's say you play with this one or this one. It is going to do it in real time. So you're going to take time waiting on it to load. Same thing here. You do board and load, the lollygaggers begin. Now you get to see, why are we still sitting on the ramp here, Muffy? We're all in our plane. because those people who decide, well, I can show up 5 minutes before the plane leaves, and the plane will not leave without me. They close the door, folks. Plane leaves without you, um, with or without you. So, yeah. Also, one note for many to understand about airports: if you show up early, go through TSA, get out to the boarding area, and they start loading and they're done early. Oh my God, Muffy, we're leaving 20 minutes early. We're going to get where we want to be 20 minutes early. Go figure that one out, folks. Yeah, something for y'all to think about. Those of you that love to show up 5 seconds before the plane's supposed to push back. All right, so I've had my fun. So again, I am going to go ahead and do the instant because I'm ready to go. But you could do it real time, and it is real time. Now the cargo, oh man, it's ready to go, man. It wants to get on that plane. They're on faster than you'll ever see it on the ramp. Um, but the people, I think they got that down pretty good. So, but we're going to go instant. And now you just saw currently 300 packs, 14,600 pounds of cargo. Amazing. We're ready to push back as soon as we talk our checklists. First off, I want to get the APU running. I poke fun at the lollygaggers because they really don't get it. If you were on that plane early, a lot of folks, the plane gets in sometimes 20 minutes early. How did that happen? No, and it's not a tailwind, folks. They already knew that. It's because they got out early. Imagine that. So, we're just waiting on the APU. Once it's fired up, our peoples and everything, we're going to switch on to the onboard power and air, or onboard, put the APU on for our generation of electricity. All right. Real quick, again, here's where the flight engineer comes in doing all the work. Well, let's make sure these APU gens are doing their job. Hang on, I forgot up here, folks. You gotta, is the switches. Oh, there it is. Close off the top half, and then we can do a check to see how the gen is doing. 400 hertz, 115. How about that? That's what we want. Okay, come back up here, close the bottom half, and bleed air on. Now you can come back and tell them.
Cockpit to ground, disconnect ground power.
And then as we watch up here, when they disconnect, the available lights will go out. And then,
ground power disconnected.
Poof, we're ready to go. All right, next thing I'm going to do. All right, that looks good. All right, let's go to 100%. There we go. Everything set, ready to go. Last thing before the checklist, folks, we got to do the performance calculations. Load sheet. Imagine, it seems to be a mantra here. Load sheet, load sheet, load sheet. Think about it. Hawker 125 has decided to lurk. Welcome aboard. Enjoy. I know you got to work, even if it is from home. But anyway, we understand, Hawk. Thanks, though, for being a part of the stream. So we've got our load sheet in. All right, now here's where we get to some fun. All right, so Los Angeles, as my good old friend Bugs Bunny would call it, Los Angeles. Okay, we're working from a 10,800, call it 900, we'll call it 800, airport elevation 100. Actual elevation, folks, is 128 feet, heading 251. We just get into the ballpark. Slope here, well, let's see. We are running a slope of 0.02, close enough. All right, weather. Weather is probably still pretty foggy. Although it's not really showing it. That's what's kind of interesting. All right, we're now 3 miles, drizzle. Hey, a few clouds of 100, 300, and a temperature of 17. Altimeter 2997. And what did I say? The wind calm. Keep it there. All right, so what does this all yield us? We'll go damp. All right, so we got a V1 of 126, a rotate speed of 140, and 154 to clear a 50-foot obstacle. Okay. And then our flaps up speed schedule. So by 227 knots, we should be flaps up headed to 250. Hold 250 till we clear 10,000. And our optimal climb then is 307. Real quick note here, folks. I know you all love this because you can say, I'm doing 270 because I'm a heavy. No, that's by permission only. You're 250 until granted the permission to go faster. May not get it. So be prepared, potentially, to keep flaps 1, 5, whatever, to maintain 250. Because believe me, folks, when you load this bird up, these speeds go up. Over here. Okay, so we'll set the speed bugs. 3.5s are stave trim. Initial pitch 16. Optimal climb above 10,000 feet is 307. You don't get to do 300 below 10,000 without permission. And again, I point your attention right here, folks. We only need 3,500 feet to take off. You're all like me. That's a stretch. These birds usually took a lot more better. So, but you know what we got. All right, so I say do a quick, got our bugs set. See them all spread out now across here. We still have some checks to do real quick. Okay. Okay, those are good. All right, off. Down here. All right, so let me pull up a quick ILS here. We'll do 2 forward left since we're right by it. Why am I doing this? You're going to see an interesting test you do in this plane. All right, 1117. 7. Don't care what the needle's at. We're going to do, first off, got our panel lighting set. Our radio INS switch is on radio. Going to do an up, left, down, right VOR check. What we're checking is this needle moving appropriately. So if we go up and left, I should see left and an up indication on both. Now, we may not see the right. However, we will see the down indicator. Oh, did. All right, so we got good moves here. Leave that as it. Actually, let's do that. Actually, what is LN? 18.6. Let's go ahead and get that set. And we'll go ahead and set this. Okay. Flight director looks good, and we'll turn it back off. Everything else set properly, except for this. We'll get that to run heading. Okay. All right, I'm going to bring that down to 5. See why here. It makes it a little faster. We'll get to that. All right. Again, same thing over here. 11, 7. We're going to do an up left, down right. It's already deflected all the way to the left, so we won't see that. However, we saw the needle move down here. And we saw the up indication. So move, down indications, we're good. And for our departure, I'm going to set 15.7. Come off of that on a heading of 080. Right, again, flight director. This side looking good. And the radio INS off. Okay. Okay, just kind of coming across. Everything looks good. Test. Got it good. Okay. Right, and test. Push to test 1. Push to test 2. Altimeter. Sorry, I got to come in to read it. 297. Okay, it should be in the ballpark of 128, and it is. Radio altimeter. Now the fun ones. And I think I'm going to go up top here and brighten it up. There, kind of helped, kind of did. All right. Okay, good. Yeah. Usually I do this further back. Okay. Altitude alert. Okay. Ground proximity. I think you know these tones.
Pull up.
Never
Glide
heard of
slope.
them
Glide slope.
from me.
Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Okay. And now we're looking for one of these two to light up with this one. It's that switch, okay. And there's rudder ratio. Okay, gears down. We got a green light. Everything's looking good. Actually, I'm going to kick on electric pump. All right, and then we're going to move on. This is kind of how I like doing this. Okay, warning, good. Push to test 1. Push to test 2. Thing looks good. Altimeter should be set to 297. Now we're not going to get the warble noise, just going to see the test. And I set it for Okay, time looks good. Turn the radar on. All we're turning on is the screen. It's that old CRT, folks. Kids are like, what's a CRT? It's something you never want to see. They take forever to warm up. Okay, and everything's set up. Our flight plan is in the box, ready to go. And let's just come down here, make sure everything's properly ready. Standby. Up 5. Frequency, 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 frequency. Everything looks good. Idle cutoff on all 4. And rudder trim and TOD. Okay. Now we're ready to go, folks. Just doing a check over 7. Adjusting things. We're ready to go. Let's start those checklists. People are finally finishing up getting on the plane.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Damn.
Gear down. Lights. Okay.
Brakes. Parking brake released.
Huh.
Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Damn.
Okay, what this is looking for here is we're ready to push back, meaning that beacon light's on.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1015. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 140,253 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
All right, what it's looking for, folks, go ahead and gear up, push back.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. This.
All right, so it is going to fail here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and
Circuit
check it.
breakers.
We'll talk
Check.
about it.
Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, we all heard it. Okay, right here. First off, the lights. I forget where it was. Real quick, I know that. Anyway, the lights it's looking for was because we're ready to push back. The TOD or fuel EPR and go around. It's either go around or TOD, and TOD on that EPR thing here, folks, is not top of descent. It's takeoff dry. Sound of freedom going overhead. Waiting for the next one. You know, fighter pilots, they get lost. They got to have two of them get lost. Oh, did I say that out loud? Anyway, Sound of Freedom just flew over. Anyway, so we set for takeoff dry, and that's another takeoff setting. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and reset my lights. Go. And next up is after start. All right, so let's go here. Just waiting for him to say we're good. I'm even going to go so far as to look outside. Give you all another look at her while she's in the gate. That's pretty, that'll be almost as much as we'll see in flight, folks. All right, so let's do it. Okay. Better push back.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All right. Don't forget beacon on. It'll come out from the building in a second. There it is. Up right now. There's our pushback.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Cleared to connect.
Parking brake set.
Not sure where that came from. Okay, pressures are up.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Oh,
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Starting pushback,
Chocks removed.
and you may start engines.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
alright, let's start them up.
Ready to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
Okay, I'm going to use System 1. I'm going to start Engine 3, then Engine 4, and then 1 and 2.
Start valve open.
Almost to 20.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay. And you can now watch it spin up. Now, N2 is not up here.
Starter
That's
off.
one of his. Now, if you don't hear engine stabilized, you started up in the wrong simulator. When you download it for X-Plane 12, you get 11 and 12. So if you accidentally start 11, you won't get much of any engine indication.
Engine stabilized.
There it is. Okay, so now let's get back up top here. Number 4.
Starter valve open.
Gotta wait for starter valve.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Set.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And again, he'll tell you 20% engine fuel on, but when you get stabilized, then you know you're in the right one, and you'll see all your proper indications. %.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Now,
Starter off.
once we get stabilized here, I'll start up both 1 and 2. That APU pushes enough power to do that. You could do 3 and 4 together. I just like showing it this way.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Just about stabilized.
Engine stabilized.
Alright, so let's get up here and do them both. Okay, engine 1,
Starter valve open. Start of Hellhoven.
Okay, so both are going. You'll see over here, N2s are rising. Just remember, we started 1, then 2. Could do 2, then 1. Either way works. And just start your fuel the same way.
20% and 2.
Fuel on, lights up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on,
Starter off.
lights up.
Engine 1 starter is now off.
Starter off.
And now we're just waiting for it to stabilize. Then we'll do our checks and then run the checklist.
Engine stabilized.
That's 1.
Engine stabilized.
There we go. First thing I'm going to do is kill the starter valve.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Thank you. All right. Let's go back.
Attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome aboard. Please
Pretty good, huh?
proceed and fasten your seatbelt.
All right. So let's get the pitot heat on. Okay, everything's on. Okay, let's run that checklist real quick. Check through it real quick. Back, valves, hydraulic.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On,
Start switches.
off,
Beacon lights.
on,
Brake pressure.
check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Let's see.
I already know what I forgot. Okay, we got all the gens, right? But we forgot to
Check.
close.
Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, let's do our taxi. Take
Flaps
off.
1,
We said 3.5. Okay. Probe heat flight controls. That's something we haven't done yet. Now, I hide them for most of the flight, folks, but we do need to do it.
flaps 5, flaps 10,
Okay, so they're checked, and I'll go ahead and get rid of that. Yaw dampers, seatbelts, fuel heat's off, totalizer, engineer, cargo heat is not on.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check. Parking brake released.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Stabilized. Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Little change, I forgot being a heavy, we ought to be as far from the runway as possible to prevent any wing problems. Next.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin ready.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Hold on.
Just so you're aware, there is, I'm going to actually do it the right way. All right. We'll go ahead and do a full length departure, even though we set all up. All right. Ignition. All right. There is a neat click spot here. If you click right here
Flight start.
between, they go to flight start.
Body gear steering.
That's going to hold
Hold on.
till we get out here, and same with the pack valves. Roger, clear for takeoff 24. Okay, body gear, steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Let's see.
Okay, let's get those turned off.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Alright, that should be it till after takeoff, which is gear, landing lights, ignitions, seatbelts, pack close, fuel, heat to auto, or pack open, sorry. People would like to breathe. Here we go.
Thrust set.
Eighty knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
Alrighty, folks, we are on our way.
1000 level up. $10,000.
Well, and there I went, folks, blasting off for 307 when I shouldn't have been. Alright, yeah, I shouldn't have been that fast. We're going to run the takeoff checks here in a minute. We're going to be climbing IAS. All right, and then okay, and then all I need to do is set up that should take us direct. Okay, let's go.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel leak. Wait. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
And then our next descent. All right, so there you have it, folks. All right, we're headed now to Seal Beach. And then on to Thermal. All right, I hope you all enjoyed the departure out of Los Angeles here in the Queen of the Skies 747-200 Classic. The aircraft is from Felis, so check that airplane out, folks, if this has got your in treatment up. Just so you know, there is capability to have INS here. Comes with the plane. Here's what INS looks like. Get two more up there, LTN or SIVA, and it's up to those that are up for the challenge. Me, on the other hand, I just take it with FMCs, because I hit with a code once and I couldn't get it to reset, so kind of just wasn't a fun experience. Many years ago, sure it's all changed since then, but it was enough to sour me forever. So, but it is we're even more into the plane than what it took to get this thing going. Alright, so we are on our way, folks. Hope you all enjoy the flight. And we're just going to keep climbing on. We just cleared 18,000, actually 20,000. So let's get these set. That should set. And it did. Alright, and we are climbing up to 35,000 feet now. Let's get 16. And that's 102 miles out. Yes, you can fly this aircraft VOR to VOR. Literally, that's what we're doing here, folks. But you can literally work it with your VORs. But for the little help that we get from the FMS, we'll go with that. Right, so I'm going to kind of sit back, let the plane do the talking. That's why I don't like night flying. Really can't see much of the plane. By the way, that's Los Angeles where we're headed. Seal Beach is what we're crossing, headed to. See, you just can't get the beauty of the plane. Now, granted, red eye is very well known out of Los Angeles. Folks, it's 5 hours across four time zones. So in the trucking world, we always said when you left Los Angeles, headed back home to the east, anywhere east, you're already late by 3 to 4 hours. Didn't matter if you left early, you're still late. Got 3 to 4 hours to make up. Oh my. And then throw in what we just went through here in the United States over the weekend. A time change. Oh my gosh, we're even that much further behind schedule. Time zones. Gotta love them. Love to hate them. Yeah, we've got going through 3 time zones. See Central, see Mountain Central. Yeah, 3 time zones. So we're already 3 hours behind schedule. So, and what I try to do, folks, is keep it in the generality here on the heading, just in case something was a discontinuity we didn't catch. If something happens with the FMC, I can punch in the heading, figure out what the heck's going on, then aim it where it needs to go, and go. So y'all might see that quite a bit, where I keep that heading pretty close. Now granted, when you're in radio, you can see it better. In FMS, you really can't. There you go, folks. I could, as you can see, fly it this way. Got 74 miles to help to 30. Keep it on. All right. Let's just do some checks here on our fuel. Right where I want it to be, so the moves it along. And as we climb up here, folks, we'll be back with you here in a couple of minutes once we reach top and climb. So enjoy the flight. Alright folks, we're a couple thousand feet from leveling off. As you can tell, one, I would hate to fly on this flight, red eye. Look how bright that cabin is. Oh, that just hurts my eyes. Let's see.
Now to level off.
Oh, it's dark. There we go. It's either all or none, folks. All right, let's kind of pay attention here to level off. Got a couple of steps to do here. All right, so we're now headed to PKE, which is Parker. Then on to Prescott, Winslow, and on. All right, we got the EPR gauge set now to Mach. We're a little fast right now, but we'll kind of watch that, see that we slow back down. Okay, we're still speeding up. All right, so we are on our way to Parker, and then up towards Winslow, Arizona. All right, there we go, folks. We're getting her stabilized. 24 minutes into the flight. Call it 30 minutes. We're a little late in getting that timer started. But we're on our way. Let's just check everything over here. APU is off. What is this light? I don't remember, or that's why. Oh, bottles. Okay, for the APU. Okay. Okay, fuel looks good, and we're on our way. Any questions, comments, folks? The chat room is open. Love to hear from you, hear what's on your mind today. If you head over to the YouTube channel, which I've seen a couple times up here, you can see the last flight we did yesterday. Kind of a short jaunt, if you will, in the Citation 10. It's up on YouTube if you'd like to watch it. Lurk here, head over to YouTube, watch it there, like it, love to hear from it. But for now, folks, we are in cruise mode. And just get this up there for you. So that way you know about how long it's going to be till we start down. Now realize that at Winslow we're going to actually do a step climb to 35,000, and over in Danville, Illinois, right on the Illinois-Indiana border, we're going to push it to 39,000. For now, we're just kind of in cruise and enjoying the ride, enjoying the music. So we will continue on, folks, and thanks for being a part of the broadcast. If you're new to this stream and you like the content, like what we're doing here, hey, hit that follow button. That way you can see what's coming down the pike. Now, I'm working tomorrow, so Wednesday would be our next potential flight. However, not 100% sure how much time and whatnot, so I haven't scheduled anything. But Thursday, we'll be back in the air, flying. Hang on. Oh, what are we? Here we are. In the KC-46 from Omaha to Altus in Oklahoma. So that'll be a fun flight in that KC-46. The aircraft is actually a 767-300. Now, granted, the real KC-46 was built from the 200. Some modifications you're not aware of. We'll get into them when we do the flight. But flight factor, the gentleman took the flight factor 767-300 freighter and just painted it up. So, you know, we'll have fun and enjoy that ride. All of this, though, can be found on our Discord channel. Just the invite is there. So enjoy the ride, folks. We got about 3.5 hours to go, and we'll be in the JFK area. Alright folks, we just executed that step climb up to 37,000, and we will stay at this now for quite a while. Basically how step climbs work, folks, they're really effective when you're flying across the oceans, say Los Angeles to Tokyo, New York to Europe. Pan Am has so many different places in Europe they fly into. I just used the continent. And what it does is you start at that lower level, sometimes 31, 33,000 ballpark. And as your plane flies along there, once you lighten up, then you can move up to the next step. Usually it's a 2,000-foot step up. And then you just cruise along until you lighten up to where the aircraft can now cruise at, say, 37,000 as we're doing here, getting the effect of the better winds and such. Plus it's a lighter atmosphere, so the aircraft is cruising through. I'll give you a case in point here. Current ground speed. Okay, so we can use this here, folks, to ascertain that information. Currently, we are on tracking glide speed. We're doing 532 knots across the ground. Currently, at this level, we move the knob around. Wind 294 and 61. Distance. We don't have any waypoints in, so that ain't going to give us anything. A lot of this is useless. But even in this mode, I can use it to some degree. Get my radar turned on here. Aim it down a little bit and see what we see. Shouldn't be anything. That's pretty much, the southern track is pretty decent today. Let me bring up Sim Toolkit to show you that. Second, folks. There we go. Oh, Sim Toolkit. Go. All right. So here we are, the blue. The little green guys out here, folks, that is all your VATSIM traffic. The blue aircraft you see are Sim Toolkit aircraft. Now, there is a big line of aircraft going from Mexico to Houston. I believe World Flight is flying. Let's see if any of them are advertising. Come on. Alright, I guess I have to do that in the live map. Let's see if we can get it to pull up. It is. Okay, they're not here. Let me check. No, they're not, but I'm pretty sure that has something to do with World Flight. We're not currently on VATSIM, so you're not going to see us. I'm actually a little nervous. We're running a little hard on frame rates today. Actually, we're not doing too bad right now. We were back in Los Angeles. So. But anyway, that's more than likely World Flight. It's an around-the-world flight for charities, flown every year, and they're coming into Houston right now. They're not super long legs except for those, and even those they try to shorten up as much as they can over the oceans. Sometimes you can. So that's where most of everything is right now. And currently we have 1,250 flights in play. Not all of them down there, but a majority of them are. From Houston, I think it goes to either Dallas or Atlanta. I'm not certain. All right, so we're doing currently again right now 530 knots. See, we can also pull it here, and we're 236 miles from we're set up to here. I think that's Seal Beach. So who's next? Oh, that is going to be Sim, I'll bet. Now, we're not going to see needles moving, but we will see right here telling us how far from there. The next one we're headed to is Cimmerian. Where are we in? New Mexico. So, had to pull it up to see where it's at, because in this view it's kind of hard to tell. You're in Albuquerque's territory, that's why. It's a little ambiguous. Beautiful moon we're tracking. So I hope y'all are having a good start into your week here. I know it's Monday, and yeah, you know, Mondays are Mondays, so I just hope y'all are having a good week. I'm kind of hoping for the same where I am tomorrow when I go in. We'll see. All right, so, and the reason we're at night, we're on a red eye, and you can't see the plane. That's why I don't really get into these too much. Yeah, out there, folks, somewhere are engines and a wing. Unless, of course, we've lost them, and you know, that's how it goes. No. Little speed tape will take care of it. All right, so sorry, folks, couldn't resist. All right. Oh, you wouldn't have seen anyway, because that loose nut behind the wheel left some toolkit up. Weather-wise, you can see just absolutely pretty much clear. All right, folks. I don't know if you've been following much of the news in the space kind of varieties, but I guess we have had some pretty good nights here for the aurora to get pretty far south, the aurora borealis. Here in the United States, from what they're saying, they got as far as Tennessee last night. And I didn't get to go out and see it. But yeah, if you're into that kind of stuff, folks, yeah, the aurora was seen here in Tennessee. I'm not sure where that line actually ended up and how much we would have seen, because I know we had some clouds moving in last night when we got back from dinner. So I'd love to hear it, or hear it in the chat of those of you that may have seen it. Now, I know some of you live up in what I'll call the aurora borealis line and north, where you always see it. We down here in the States, lower 48, occasionally get to see it. I remember one night vividly on the truck, rolling up into Wisconsin, and the aurora borealis came alive. But it was kind of funny to me because, granted, we're talking a late night run, little tired. All of a sudden, I'm starting to see mountains in front of me. If you look at a map, folks, there's not mountains in Wisconsin, but it ended up, as time progressed, to be the aurora. Really pretty. Saw them about 10 years earlier in the Air Force up in that same area. But that same night, they were reported to be able to see them in Chicago. Now, that's a lot of light to counteract anything coming off from the aurora, so I thought that was pretty impressive. That Chicago song, because that is a lot of city light to interfere. So. But anyway, yeah, if you've got any good stories, especially from last night, love to hear it in the chat and see what you all saw. Tennessee, that's pretty decent, folks. I'm not sure what kind of activity we got going on with the sun right now, but for it to get that far south, that's pretty impressive here in the United States, or in North America in general. So, but yeah, I was just perusing Facebook, seeing some other posts from other places, and just like southern Missouri, a storm chasing group, mostly notable for their tornado chasing. Well, kind of a dead part of their season now in the winter time. Tornadoes aren't that rampant right now. So it's neat when they put stuff out about the aurora. And that's one thing me and the wife were kind of hoping to see on our cruise about 10, 15 years ago. But we also knew we were only in August, where actually the difference in time, the way the sun rise and set was up there at that time, pretty close to what we're used to where we live. So, but it was beginning quickly to move to where more dark than more light. So we were kind of hoping to catch one, but nope, none happened. So we're just cruising along, and that's something, you know, when I flew X-Plane 12, I'm sorry, I am in X-Plane 12. When I flew a Century of Flight, Microsoft's FS 2004, sorry, I had to do the math real quick. They actually depicted it pretty well. FSX, not so much. So I don't even know if they do now or not. But I know X-Plane, I have yet to see him. So, but it was pretty cool way back when, so. I still think of all the sims that I've either seen on stream or actually flown for Microsoft, 2004 still, sorry to say, the best sim they ever made. And it's amazing how long the availability of stuff has been out there. It just, I mean, it took nearly 2 years, 3 years for anything significant to come out for FSX. And 2004 was just still so much better. So, oh well. Like I said, don't know anything about the new sim, and we'll be staying with X-Plane. At least, scenery-wise, it's better than Century of Flight. Even up to a point, a little better than FSX, but flight characteristics so much better than Microsoft in general. And it's arguable, and I'm not gonna argue. So. Some of you out there just love to get in there and argue it. So, but that's the one thing I miss in X-Plane is the Aurora. What it takes to put it in there? That's way above my pay grade. Alright, so let's just continue to cruise along here, folks. We got a good just under 3 hours to go to JFK. So we'll just kind of sit back, relax, go across the country on a red-eyed at JFK. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Wrong button. Oh, man. I hate when I do that. Sorry again.
to Europe this summer on Pan Am.
Pan Am was once the largest international airline in the U.S. In 1970 alone, it carried 11 million passengers to 86 countries worldwide. Pan Am is also known as the pioneer of multiple features of modern air travel, and it also holds cult status for its iconic aviation style. But after 60 years of flight and decades of financial turbulence, Pan Am went bust. So, what happened? Pan American Airways was founded by two U.S. Air Force majors. It began as an airmail service between Key West, Florida and Havana, Cuba in 1927, and was the United States' first scheduled international flight. Within a year, aviation visionary Juan Trippe took the controls, and Pan Am introduced its first passenger services to Havana. An ad campaign co-sponsored by Pan Am and Bacardi successfully encouraged Americans to fly away from alcohol prohibition in the U.S. to drink rum in the sun in Cuba. And Trippe quickly expanded Pan Am's network. By 1930, Pan Am was flying routes through most of Central and South America. Crucially, it used a fleet of flying boats, or clippers, to land aircraft on the water at destinations that didn't have concrete runways for traditional planes. Since they flew seaplanes, Pan Am pilots wore sea captains' uniforms, a decision that still influences aviation uniforms today. And there were far more important innovations that Pan Am developed in its early days of flight.
Everything from things that we take for granted today, like air traffic control and different flight procedures, different ways of forecasting the weather, of flight planning. Pan Am was the first airline to fly around the world. They actually set a few different records about that. They were the first to fly from the US across the Pacific. It was really a lot. They launched this international service that really helped define what we have today as just regular air travel.
By 1958, Pan Am offered regular flights to every continent on the planet, except Antarctica, giving itself the title of the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am's modern fleet of pressurized aircraft could fly smoothly above turbulent weather, which provided a comfortable experience for passengers. Its lavish cabins were staffed by a multilingual, college-educated flight crew who served luxurious meals like steak, champagne, and caviar.
On October 26, 1958, Pan Am becomes the first American airline to fly jet aircraft. A Pan Am Boeing 707 streaks from New York to Paris in 8 hours. The world enters the jet age.
The powerful new jet engines, which could fly non-stop over long distances, allowed Pan Am to introduce daily flights to London and Paris. And with the introduction of economy class, Pan Am opened the world of air travel to tourists, not just the rich and famous. In 1970, Pan Am carried 11 million customers over 20 billion miles. Thinking that air travel would only continue to grow, Pan Am invested $500 million in a large fleet of Boeing 747 jetliners. But this would turn out to be a big mistake. In October 1973, the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries declared an oil embargo against nations, including the U.S., that were supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War. By the end of the embargo in March 1974, the price of oil had risen by more than 400%. This hit Pan Am harder than other airlines because of its exclusively long-haul flights, which required more fuel.
They were the launch customer for the Boeing 747. At the time, that was a great airplane for them to buy. That was the right choice. But the oil crisis really changed things for Pan Am. It was all of a sudden the wrong plane to have. It wasn't the most efficient. It was flying routes that really weren't selling that well because demand for travel was going down. And that was a very difficult time. But when they made the decision to buy the planes, who would have known?
While Pan Am's operating costs skyrocketed, the economy slowed, and America's appetite for international air travel greatly reduced, leaving Pan Am dangerously over capacity, with huge, half-empty jets taking to the skies. As a result, between 1969 and 1976, Pan Am lost about $364 million and was estimated to be $1 billion in debt. Pan Am had long hoped to add domestic flights within the U.S. to its operation, and even talked to a number of domestic operators, including American and United Airlines, to propose a merger. But rival airlines convinced the U.S. Congress that Pan Am threatened to monopolize U.S. aviation, and the Civil Aeronautics Board repeatedly denied Pan Am permission to operate domestically. But in 1978, the Airline Deregulation Act was passed into United States federal law, meaning the government could no longer control airline routes. Pan Am was now allowed to acquire a domestic system, and it hastily purchased National Airlines for $437 million.
It cost a tremendous amount of money to acquire this particular airline, to get the routes. They obviously made a choice. They couldn't build from scratch. They needed to go out and buy something. You basically had two cultures going on. Pan Am, very worldly, sophisticated, international. Then you had National Airlines. They were sort of puddle jumpers. They were considered country pilots. So there was a mix of culture that didn't work there. Then you had a different kind of aircraft, and some mechanics had never worked on certain airplanes. I think there was a mismatch there too. Personnel, different airports. Just in general, it was really a small southern airline that was matching up with an international airline.
Within a year of the National Airlines purchase, Pan Am lost $18.9 million, even after selling its iconic Manhattan head office for $400 million. Pan Am continued to self-liquidate to offset its losses. In addition to trading its hotel chains, it sold its entire Pacific division to United Airlines. But Pan Am still had a global reputation as the flagship U.S. airline. However, this claim to fame would attract a devastating terrorist attack above the skies of Lockerbie, Scotland.
On the 21st of December 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 took off from Heathrow. It was bound for New York. It was never scheduled to either touch down or land in Scotland. A bomb that had been placed on board accordingly blew up over a small town in the southwest of Scotland called Lockerbie. 259 people, all aboard the plane, were killed, passengers and crew, and 11 citizens in the small community of Lockerbie were also killed. Pan Am were held culpable and negligent in failing to have adequate security measures. You can have some sympathy for Pan Am because their defence, if it was a defence at the time, was simply that they had carried out the normal security measures that the entire aviation industry did. But the courts took the view that that was inadequate. They had failed to properly secure their plane, and as a consequence, a bag had got on board that shouldn't have been on board in the first place. But Pan Am, you can say, took the hit, metaphorically as well as literally, for an industry where security standards had not got up to speed.
The Lockerbie bombing cost Pan Am more than $350 million and proved to be the final blow to the once giant airline. Just 2 years later, on January 8, 1991, Pan Am filed for bankruptcy. After a bidding war, Delta Airlines purchased the majority of Pan Am for $1.4 billion, acquiring its European routes, its northeastern shuttle routes, 45 jets, its mini-hub in Frankfurt, Germany, and its flagship Pan Am World Port Terminal at JFK International Airport. Pan Am hoped to emerge from bankruptcy court, but after realizing it was losing $3 million per day, Delta stopped its cash advances. After failing to raise money from other sources, a phone call was made to Pan Am's head office on December 4, 1991. The message was, shut it down.
Pan American Airways went bankrupt and they shut down services. It broke people's hearts, really. Not just the people that work for the airline, but for many other people that flew it and knew it. And it was the flagship airline of America. Pan Am, this legendary airline with its legendary logo, was the second most recognized trademark in the world at the time. A group of friends of mine actually bought those trademarks, and in fact I was one of the investors in that group. We bought those trademarks. Unfortunately, Charles Cobb, who was the largest investor, wanted to start the airline again. And we said, but it didn't work last time. We parted ways. He bought us out. He slapped the Pan Am Globe on this airline, which is be sort of like putting the Pan Am Globe on a Greyhound bus. It lasted a couple of months and it crashed. All the other attempts to do something else with the trademark have failed.
But Pan Am's legacy continues to be felt almost 30 years after its collapse. Its innovations remain the pillars of modern air travel. Its brand style has survived throughout the decades as an iconic mid-century fashion statement, with products featuring its sleek retro logo still being sold. And the Pan Am lifestyle is still romanticized in TV and movies, but the airline itself remains grounded.
All right, folks, thought we'd throw in a video. Now, that's not the one Hawker put up, but it's one I knew out there, and it was, it kind of tells the tale, Pan Am. Pan Am was really, between Pan Am and TWA, they were your mega airlines of the U.S. Pan Am, unfortunately, getting a nod, like she said, as the flagship for America. But TWA was right on its tail. I live where TWA is, so you get, and they always clash. TWA, you saw one of the news articles. TWA was saying no to domestic service, no, because every time they turned for international service, Pan Am said no. So it was a constant battle throughout the ages of these two airlines. Oddly enough, TWA would survive a lot longer than Pan Am, but they too suffered a huge problems financially, and it didn't help with some of the people that came on board and run it. But Pan Am, who we're flying for today, boy, were they iconic, and it just, things happen, folks. That's fortunate in the world. So that is how Pan Am no longer exists. Except when I first started at Mid-America Airport, there was an iteration of Pan Am there. Flying a couple of 727s out of Florida up to Gary, Indiana, back. I think they went up the East Coast to Hartford, but I can't remember that part of the story. But anyway, they ceased after 9/11 in Mid-America and Gary. But I have heard they may still be around down in Florida operating charter flights into the Caribbean. Don't quote me on that, folks. It's just something I thought I heard. So, kind of interesting that yet still today there are still attempts at getting that airline, back up and going. TWA, unfortunately, was bought out by American. There's a whole kind of funny story to that, but not the TWA buyout, but from then on, that a lot of people really don't understand. And we're not going to do it because Pan Am's on the tail. Which kind of, in my mind at least, I don't know about the rest of us here in St. Louis that miss TWA, kind of help ease the loss. Because, folks, that was a big airline like Pan Am. While they were more domestically entrenched here in the United States, TWA, with fingers out into the world, and they went out into the world quite heavily. Pan Am never built that domestic. They really never needed to, because they fed them wherever Pan Am was. They would feed them at those airports, those carriers flying domestic. to take them overseas. But anyway, great video that I know that was out there. There's a bunch of them out there about both Pan Am and TWA. Big competing airlines. More so than American, United, and them. They were just insignificant between those two until American bought TWA. Then they kind of elevated themselves. But there's still, like I said, a story about that continued on until American got bought out. So, but anyway, so there you have it, folks. We continue on with about 2.5 hours to go. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Alright, I see we're out of the break now. So again, I hope you enjoyed that little 20-minute video we showed. Pretty telling of how aviation was back before deregulation. Deregulation, while meant to help it, also hurt aviation pretty bad. When deregulation happened, there were a couple of airlines that started up, one being, I believe, Southwest. I believe they started up after deregulation. I could be wrong, but very close to when it started. And America West. And those two, of all the airlines that would start up, would continue on after deregulation. Many of your big airlines, when deregulation happened, well, they'd already suffered from the oil embargo problem, Saul, and all of that. But now, all that competition, the price tag coming down, oh, it hurt. And many of them gelled into other airlines. The gobbling process began to what you see today. So I believe Southwest and America West were the two that actually started. I know America West after deregulation started, but I think Southwest could be there too, and then they would survive all these years since. So really a good video on what's, aviation as it is, folks. Now, what you see today, yet other iterations happened, like the low-cost carriers took it one step further. You had the People's Express come along. They didn't make it, but they made some pretty bad mistakes to start with. Along the way that collapsed them. But others would come along, like Allegiant and these, and find their way into niches that very successful. That's why they are today. So anyway, hope you enjoyed. So like I said, we got about 2.5 hours to go to JFK. We can see what looks like a sunrise beginning out in the distance, and that should mean we'll be on the ground here shortly. Well, 2.5 hours at least in that realm. So hope y'all enjoy the ride, and just keep on going. Next step climb is probably close to an hour out, so see you then. But we may chime in before, so enjoy the music. Alright folks, sorry about that, had to step away. It's 77 degrees in the house, so I had to get the air conditioner on and the windows closed. Welcome to the Midwest. Yeah, kinda looks like that flight is headed kinda weird. Hard to make out where they're headed. This looks like in some of them, Atlanta. Alright, well, let's see here. Alright, looks like if you have the Tollus A320, folks, Neo, it has updated. So, it looks like Atlanta and the Southeast is beginning to come alive to handle the influx. So if you're wondering why are there so many airplanes in that area, it's world flight. I think it takes them about a week to go around the world in the short hops that they do. I think that's what I saw on their site a few weeks ago that I looked at. Like I said, Houston to Atlanta would be a perfect run for them. So, anyway, I'm going to get back to being quiet so you guys can enjoy the ride here on Pan Am Flight 27. Unfortunately, 27 did not really fly this route, but it does today. And if you're interested in a Pan Am styled airline, and by that I mean it's Pan Am, check them out here, folks. They also have a, oddly enough, don't chuckle too hard, folks, TWA. However, it's not the TWA you would remember, or at least if you're a TWA person like me from St. Louis, never saw an Airbus with them, never saw a 737 with them. However, this iteration does. But Pan Am is true to form. They also have Atlas, and for those of you that enjoy digital combat sim, they have a wing. So, wing or squadron, I don't know the depth at which it goes, but they do fly the digital combat sim. DCS. So check them out. Hey, you may like them. They're still building Pan Am up and getting it more to, they're trying to make sure they get the 707s and some of the aircraft they had in the day with what they ended the schedules with. So, and I'm not certain that they ever released the Clippers that started what we knew of Pan Am flying, the flying boats that flew to Havana to start with, as they said, but would then island hop to the Far East. Places like Honolulu, Wake Island, Midway, Guam, all came about in some form for U.S. people to visit these via Pan Am and then hop into Manila, Tokyo, China, and so forth. So, that would be an interesting plane or X-plane to come up with, or, you know, the other, but, you know, it would be a neat one to see. Very long flights. You thought DC-6 flying was long? This would be longer. Alright, I thought I'd throw in another little Pan Am short video, but all the ones I'm finding are close to an hour long. I mean, granted, we have a good 2 hours to go. 20 minutes at a time is what I'm looking for. So, but again, if you're looking to fly for a Pan Am based airline, hey, I'm flying for it right now, Pan Am Virtual. Check them out at the website there, folks, and see if they're what you're looking for. So they, like I said, do have Transworld, but don't expect it to be TWA that you remember. It's their modern so-called fleet. Then you have Atlas and DCS on top of it. So we are just cruising along here. Let's see. Our next step climb scheduled. Danville, Illinois. We are, let's see, 51 miles from, is that Salina? Yes, Salina. So we're getting there, folks. We got a ways to go, but we're about 50 miles from Salina, Kansas, and then we'll be cutting across Missouri to Kirksville, up to Danville, Illinois, right there, Illinois-Indiana border, and setting up to head towards Wilkes-Barre and the Lindy 8 arrival. Danville will fly over places like north of Indianapolis, Dayton, Ohio, and so forth to get up there to Wilkes-Barre. My old stomping territory with Victory Express as a truck driver. Well, we haven't done it in a while. Let's take a look at our fuel. Okay, 17,000's in the outer tanks, 20,000 in the inner tanks. And we'll be pouring the reserves into the outer tanks when we start our descent, or when we get to it, as we've all seen before. But yeah, we are looking good here. Need to bump the cabin pressure up just a little bit. And I'm gonna kind of stabilize it that way, so we'll increase it a little bit there. So all right, so we're just kind of comfortably cruising along here, folks. Don't know if we're gonna get to see much outside yet or not. Looks like day is trying to break. Let's see if we can't bring those lights. Next. Auto. Wow. Well, at least now you'll see the airplane. Oh well, all or none. You know what? One thing we haven't shown off here, folks, if you're on the fence and not sure if you would like to purchase this plane, hang on a second. First off, let me get you a link to it. It's in here. There you go, how to find it. Let's show you once you have it installed. Again, when you do 2000 or X-Plane 12, realize it's gonna install both the X-Plane 11, X-Plane 12 version. Now, if you go in to your fleet and uncheck this box, all you're gonna see is X-Plane 12. Okay? Just so you know that. That makes it a little easier so you don't accidentally, like that loose nut here behind the wheel does all the time, fire up X-Plane 11 and trying to figure out why are my engines spooling up right. I can't figure this out. Until I talked to them at Felis, and they promptly remind me, hey, Blue snuck behind the wheel, you fired up X-Plane 11. Yeah. So, anyway, just to prevent you from that. But anyway, here's what you get. Let me kind of switch to this. Let's go take a swim. You know what, maybe... Here's the upper deck. Not much, you know, folks, this is the 60s back then. Let's see what happens if we keep going. Never done that. What's behind the curtain? Alright, well, let's see. Oh, it's just a curtain behind it. Okay. I didn't know if there was like crew lounge or what back here. Some of the 747s, folks, and I'm not going to say in Felis, but would have had a lounge up here for the first class people. But that's part of your first class area of the aircraft. Again, this is the main entry point here. And then back in here is the first class section. Again, complimentary. Again, more than likely a bar would have been in here with them. And maybe more seats. So, but Felis did a really good job. As we push into the cattle section, as I like to call it, where they cram as many people as they can, 10 a row and all the way to the tail. So, as you can see, the lighting isn't the greatest. It would be off on those flights right now. Very limited light. So, all the way to the back. Restrooms. Now, some of the 747s out there, folks, that Felis did the interiors for actually put like galleys back here. So, but you can see, well done interiors. Only thing, if I had to make a comment, I wish the lighting was better in auto, like off, or in pretty much But folks, hold on before you go. That's petty, but other aircraft do that and are able to make the cabins look more realistic than this. But again, is it a showstopper? Heck no. I highly recommend this aircraft, folks. But I only recommend it to those folks ready and committed to flying. You're flying as a three-man crewed aircraft, and you're doing it as one. You saw what it takes to get this bird to go. And if you run it with the SIVA, hey, God love you. I hope you're very successful at it. All that good stuff, folks. But it's tough because you just added 30 minutes easily to your flight planning, because it takes that long to, you can quick align, but overall it does take quite a while to get back up top. Like I said, they did a really good job, but that's what you're going to get with SIVA. So there you have it, folks. That's most of what you get with the bird. Again, any complaints I would have is right now on the lighting. But again, not a showstopper. Because quite frankly, now I could start getting a little technical up here, but I would also be not 100% certain what I'm saying. So, but there probably would have been crew areas in here for crew rest and such, not modeled. So anyway, there you go, folks, and it looks like we may have the sun rising. Let's see. No, I don't know what all this haze is. Anyway, we're on our way, folks. We did turn our packs on. It'd be a long ghost ride flight if we did. Alright, so we've come over Salina, Kansas, on our way to Kirksville, IRK. And that is 18:06. Alright. Alright, there we go, folks. Now what I'm going to start doing is preparing, or at least getting an idea what's coming in the realm of New York City. So I talked to this earlier. Let me get the website here real quick. Second. like I said, this is a fantastic example of how this program really helps you out. Okay, so you can see where we are. Kirksville's here, Danville, right about here. This is where Dayton, Ohio is, and then you're headed up to EWC. All right, so you can see all the ATC that's up. All right, no big deal. But let's take a look here, shall we? DATIS. When you go to that website that I just put up there, folks, this is what it comes to. Let's go down to, say, JFK. Here is what JFK is, as of 1851 Zulu, broadcasting in the New York City area. That's right, the real ATIS. Quebec winds 210 at 6. Something tells me runway change. We don't rush to put in what's simply. So 210, 10 miles, and a few clouds at 3,700. We got a broken layer at 18,000 and 25,000, folks. That's your ceiling, and guess what? That does not affect an instrument approach. Even 3,700, while we'll look, won't affect it. All right, approach in use. RNAV GPS Zulu to runway 13 left. RNAV GPS X-ray to runway 22 left. They're departing 13 right and converging runway operations in use. So that is the real world pretty much as of right now. Okay, give you a better timeline here, about an hour ago. So now your situational awareness is beginning to see runway change from the 4s now to the 13s or the 22. Okay, see how that's working, how this can be used. You could do this all the way across to get an idea what kind of weather you're looking at. Alright, and for the subscribers, we'll keep going on a little bit. You notice down here to the south, there's more and more of that world flight headed to Atlanta. Makes you wonder sometimes if anyone took a different route. I don't know if that's the only route to Atlanta from Houston or not. Hey, welcome back, followers. Just chatting with the subscribers a little bit here. You can get ad-free viewing by clicking subscribe. New viewers, if you'd like to know our schedule or know when we're going to go live next, when we click live, you'll get an email. Click follow. If you're over there on the YouTube channel, hey, love you over there, folks. We love you that you're watching us. Granted, it's not live, but we love that you're over there. And hit that subscribe button to know when new videos come up, like this one here in the near future. Also, give us a thumbs up. Lets us know you're out there and that you like it. All right, again, we're closing on Kirksville, so let's get into this runway now that we've had a runway change. We're back to charts. Again, I told you I have it two different ways. I have it loaded to where it'll pull up here in my one-stop flight planning section, and I also have it as a standalone. We'll probably be using that once we get past Dayton up towards EWC, which is eluding me right now. I know that place, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's about an hour away anyway, so. Alright, so we're talking now runway boards. Now, one thing this can do, we know we're on the Lindy 8. That is the arrival coming in this way. Folks, this is the Lindy 8 arrival. You guys fly New York City, you know this approach. The JFK. Wilkes-Barre, Geno 23,000, Hardy, Stillwater, Lindy at 19,000. You're going, what? Yeah, 19,000. So, but anyway, that all aside, so what are we going to do here? The 2-2s are this way, the 1-3s are this way, and the 1-3s come in off of LaGuardia, and they do that interesting straight and then in. You're pretty much lining up. It's not an LDA, but boy, kind of feels like it, even though you're intercepting the localizer. So let's show you one of the tools here we can use. Okay, you got the Lindy 8. We're going to come in Wilkes-Barre. Then you have approaches available. Now we're set up for 4, so let's switch that. Let's see. Pan Am. Albeit 2-2 left would be our better approach. But who knows? We're not going to be on VATSIM, so. And the other neat thing is, if you're not sure, here's the ATIS again. Real world. We're using 3 left, 2 left. Okay. Let's do 1-3. Now, what did it just do? Okay, we just switched to 1-3 left. Now, when we hit select here, we're going to see all the different stuff. So actually, you're going to come down here to get in line for some of these. I'm sorry, I brought that up, folks, for a reason. It's GPS Zulu for 1-3 left. Okay. All right, so you can now tell what we're. Let's take a look first at the ILS. All right. Here's if you come off LaGuardia, you're going to head 215, and folks, it's only a few miles, and you're going to hit KLAX and come in. Or, in reality, they're going to bring you over LaGuardia, probably directly over the airport, and bring you in on Convert. Okay, and bring you in that way. Oddly enough, very close to the Canarsie climb out of there. It's a little tighter. I think you're in right about here. Just a side note. All right, so, or, like I said, we do the RNAV, which will take us out and bring us in very tight on the approach. To a 1.5 mile final. Let's do it. RNAV 1-3 left. All right, so there you go, folks. We're going to go ahead and go out to assault, even though it won't show it here, and we're going to fly it in that way now. We can actually start the program. At this far out, you know, we could wait till we get around ROD between Danville and we could. We'll just wait and see how it goes. But for now, that's our approach. So LaGuardia, okay, so we'll go LaGuardia, JFK, head south, and then swing in for some. See how it's still heading down there? Because we're not coming through, no, we're not taking a 747 down the East River, or is that, yeah, that's the Hudson. East River, sorry, just not doing it. So we'll take it over JFK, out, and come in this way. All right, so there you have it, folks. And we're just about to Kirksville. They're just about starting into Atlanta. And let's go ahead and get rid of some toolkit for now as we continue our trek towards New York City. Look at that. You guys can't see that. Let's see if I can out. They're still coming. Is that Guadalajara they're coming out of? I think it is. No. Gee, yeah, that's Guadalajara. Look at that line. Unreal. No fun. No fun at all in that, folks. Only fun in that is the fact they're supporting, you know, doing a charity flight. All right. So, let's see here. Oh, you didn't see it anyway. Let me bring some toolkit up. What I was talking about here, since I was being very rude and not showing it, look at that line all the way back to Guadalajara to Houston, now setting its sights on Atlanta. Look at that. It's almost reminiscent of the couple weeks ago across the pond, except that path from Europe, wait a minute, we'll be eastbound, from the U.S. to Europe was solid. Same with South America to Africa and up. So, kind of a little reminiscent there. Just one track, though. All right, folks. Get some toolkit now. As we continue on to the 22 miles. Again, forgive me for yawning, but look at our ground speed. It's 560. That's what's helping, folks. An hour and a half to go. So we're going to begin, like I said, around Danville, probably over to Rose's. Going ahead. Yeah, Rosewood. D-O-R. And after the step climb, begin programming our FMC for the arrival into JFK. Who knows, may have another runway change coming. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant to put it into the FMC yet. Still a lot of airspace to go. Alright, so we are going to let the music start over again and run through. right, folks, we're about an hour and 20 minutes out. And picking up an ATIS on 122.8. AWAS, I should say. All right, that takes care of that. All right, so as soon as we get this taken care of here at Danville, we will begin setting up the FMS for the arrival. Now, all this FMS is going to do, folks, is tell us an approximate top of descent, but I don't even think it takes into account restrictions along the way, like the 23,000 we saw, 19,000 at Lindy. I think it just puts something out there, so we'll kind of work it in. We're gonna, like I said, do the RNAV, so it's ought to be really hairy-carry in this plane. No, it could be. We'll see. So, we're about 80 miles off of Kirksville, so we're probably in the ballpark, halfway there. So we'll kind of see how things transgress here. Right now, we're planning the RNAV, and we're just going to follow what DATIS is telling us. Until we get in there. We're not going to be online, so just going to let you know there won't be. Part of the problem is people love to chit-chat, and you can't get any kind of, letting people know, hey, by the way, I'm a mile and a half out as they take the runway, and I continue in, folks. So, just to warn you out there, if I'm in the area and you plan to chit-chat, I'm going to land on top of you. So, right now, this one. 110. Alright, so we're not in range yet, so once we get in range, I may go ahead and push us up to 39. We'll check just to make sure. Good deal. Alright, we're 132 miles out. So, we're working our way towards Danville, and that is our step climb point to 39,000. The way the winds have been going, folks, we're now 578 knots across the ground. Isn't that amazing? Let's see. West wind at 91. This time of the year, folks, that is not uncommon across the North Atlantic. It's great going east. It stinks when you come back west. You might get over there unless from New York to, say, London in, I don't know, 6-7 hours. Coming back 8 to 10 hours. Battling headwinds. And sometimes the higher up you go, the worse it gets. So then you gotta, work it with your winds and all and see how it works out. So probably about 60 miles out. Go ahead and step up. So we cross at 39,000. Let's get Sim Toolkit back up here. Sim brief. Alright, so let's kind of scroll down here to our briefing. Alright, this, folks, is your operating flight plan. Now, this is for the American Airlines flight plan, not the Lido, which is, I call it, it's called Lido, but it's really default. It's what automatically goes if you don't specify one of the dozen and a half they have. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Easiest way to get there. Alright, here's the charts. Okay, this one is, now granted these were valid as of 18 Zulu. So currently we are now, actually not bad, 2 hours ago. So you can see these winds, pretty much westerlies. Look at that. So I think going to 39,000 looks pretty. Yeah, duh. Let's get up there. Wait, you didn't see that. Oh, got it. Alright, again, this is your sim brief. Okay, if you come down here to briefing preview, show details. Now this is what it looks like in the American Airlines format. Lido, the default, would look different, although you'll still have this over here. And then scroll all the way down. There's your vertical profile if you were to look at it straight on. See all of those westerly winds. One more up. 39,000 is our flight level we're looking at, valid at 18 Zulu today. And look at all of that westerly wind pushing us. 90 knots for the most part. See how it would have transgressed across the mountains. Okay? In essence, what it's saying is dispatch did a good job of casting. Good times to step climb. Alright, so there you go. Put sim brief away. Again, look at that. Leave traffic to it. And they're getting into Atlanta now. Not sure where they go from here. Nice little storm system to our north. But shouldn't be a problem for us, it looks like. Currently 80 miles out. Give it about another 20 miles and then I'll switch us into climbing. So again, hope you've enjoyed being here with Flying with Mike. We sure appreciate you took some time out of your day to come over here and watch us for however long you could give us. If you like what you've seen, smash that follow button, folks. You'll get an email letting you know the next time I go start streaming. If you are by chance watching this in the replay on YouTube, smash that subscribe and you'll know when newer videos come up. And always, folks, we'd love for you to like us. Alright, a couple more minutes here, a couple more seconds, and we'll be into the climb again. Alright. What I'm going to do is go ahead and put us in select mode. Put us up to 39. Put us in climb on the frat system. and head on up to 39,000. Now, of course, I could have gone to the back end of the center console, done this as well, just as easy for me. One to go. All right, that'll be our final altitude. And we're in altitude. All right, back in cruise. All righty, on our way, folks. Alright, so I've got Rosewood dialed in. Then EWC, that has been Bellwood City, which I think Butler, yeah, I know Butler for some reason, and I don't know. Not important. All right, folks, we're leveled off, settling down at 39,000 feet, and cruising along to an early, not so much early morning. This red eye was doing, we got out early, but is due in around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning. So, kind of see what we have to deal with. Looks like a lot of cloudiness to go through. Alright, folks, we'll take a little break here, and we'll be back with you shortly, and be ready for the setup for landing. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're about to cross, scratch that, we have crossed Danville. And we're just still too far out to pick up Rosewood. It's going to be about 200 miles right now. All right, folks. This red-eye flight is reaching the end here shortly, in about an hour or so. So with those kinds of numbers, and we're at 39,000, let's go ahead, program it. And we're going to use what I've been talking about, that standalone version. Okay. Let me change the runway on here to and that's all we get. Transition is final. So we're going to go LaGuardia, JFK, and around to Assault. Okay. So let's click our arrival for JFK. Lindy. There is no transition. And let's begin looking for RNAV 13 left Zulu. RNAV GPS Zulu for 13 left. Okay. Boom. Execute. Now the good thing is, there it is. We will have a discontinuity here. I'm going to go ahead and put JFK. Execute. Next, next. And we'll leave that for now. Because what I'm going to do is track down and get on a decent approach to then run up from Assault. So basically, to give you an idea, folks, we're going to come from LaGuardia, which is probably about right here on the chart, to JFK VOR. We're going to kind of track 180 to a point about right here. I don't know the mileages. And then we'll hook it into Assault. And then come in on the RNAV GPS Zulu. And again, where we got this from, folks, was the D-ATIS, which was approximately an hour old. However, winds were forecasting to still be the same, so we can fly this approach. So, now, real quick, let's talk it over. Okay, so Assault. That's the initial for this. Guess what? Actually, let's back up the truck a little bit. Let's go to Lindy. Lindy 8 arrival. Okay, so we're going to come in on the Wilkes-Barre transition. Okay, and we're going to track it right down to Stillwater. We do have an intermediate restriction, Geno, 23,000. At Stillwater, we'll turn to 109, track outbound to Lindy. Now, at 250. Okay, that's very important, folks. Approach is expecting you at that speed, not maximum, as we'll see on the RNAV, at 250. Not the pilot, well, you know, I think I want to do 210. Well, that's fine, but then they've got to adjust all that traffic around you because it's your world. You know, it's how you feel. And yeah, at 19,000, that kind of stinks. But it is what it is. And then for 14 miles, we descend to LaGuardia, expecting vectors to final approach after LaGuardia. So in our case, we're going to go from LaGuardia to JFK, and then outbound, I believe I'm going to use the 180 radial. And then when we get to a point where we can hook in on about a 45-degree angle or maybe a little less, turn to assault and come in at 3,000, no faster than 210. So we're going to have flaps out and starting to slow for approach speeds. Okay, so let's look at it here. Got them both up. Okay, so Wilkes-Barre, right there. Geno, oh, it's not showing 23, so let's do it. There we go. I can tell you right now, it's not going to say 19,000 there. But we'll plug it in. Oh, I should put the 250/190. These are not suggested speed. These are speeds that have been set up. Well, we are going to clear, clear, clear. Alright, well, it's kind of hung up there. Then we'll come across JFK. Hang on, I just hit the wrong. At about... No, we won't make it down that quick. But we'll try, like I said, get out at about 5,000 feet. Hopefully we'll be past assault where we can turn into intercept and take care of business. Alright, it's not letting it, so, alright. Oh well, whatever. We know 19, so we'll hold up there. Alright. Okay, and then we'll proceed to LaGuardia, descending, continue our descent over JFK, and then straight out 180 to intercept. Okay. We'll get out here-ish, turn into assault, and then we're going to fly the approach. So it's assault, Canarsie, 2,000, Lisa. We don't see the airport at this point, folks. It's a missed approach. Then we continue into Silji, Robji, and then right on in. A 1,260 MSL or 1,247 feet AGL on the ceiling. So we're looking for at least, I'll say 1,300 feet. If we don't have it, we got to really find it out. For our class of aircraft, we need 2 miles visibility to safely come in. And then once on the ground, coming in 13 left. Probably doubt we'll make Zulu Alpha, so I'm thinking the end of the runway. We'll taxi back down Yankee, come up Joliet to the Terminal 2 area. Alright, so there you have it, folks. Now, let's get into getting our performance numbers. Landing, load sheet. Always start with load sheet. Okay, our runway is 10,000 feet long. Good deal. Airport elevation, 13 feet. Let's go to 0. Runway heading, 130. Runway's dry. Current weather. Temperature 11. Winds 210 at 5. Altimeter 3010. Alright, so our airport is set up and our numbers up here are set up. So, what this is saying, clean, meaning no flaps at 233. So we start deploying on the schedule VREF 133. That's pretty much our landing speed, folks. We're going to plan 143 to 150 down the approach. Full flaps, gear down, brake set, spoiler set, everything set to land. And we're going to plan it with medium brakes, so hopefully only 5,670 feet or so of runway is used. Go ahead and set our speed bugs. You can see how they're set up. There's technically our approach speed. Like I said, I'm going to plan between 150 and 140 as we bring it in for the landing. All right. Rosewood is now 31 miles off the nose. Then we're off to, hang on a second, Elwood City, which is near the Butler, Beaver Falls area, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, right on the border, and then on to Wilkes-Barre. All right, there you go, folks. There's our arrival brief. I know I miss things. Hey, and if you want to let me know what I'm missing, I would love to see it. Hit me in the chat. Hit me on Discord, folks. I'd love to, clean up my briefings. But right now, we stand about 50 minutes out of JFK. All right, so, and folks, also, if you have suggestions for flights you'd like to see here, we've flown a couple. Yesterday's surprise was one from Hawker. Not 100% like he asked, but I think we achieved the goal there from Jackson Hole to Telluride. We also flew another one earlier, back in September. For a viewer to Santos Dumont in Brazil. It's there in Rio. Folks, you want a challenge? That's an airport for you. It's a 4,300-foot runway airliners routinely go in on. We're talking 737, 7 and 800s, A320, A319 types, along with your little puddle jumps. That's nothing for them. But for the airliners, you're pushing it. And that's what that airport's all about. So really cool airport suggestion there. Like I said, we will be revisiting it here soon. Right, there's Rosewood coming over. We plug in Elwood City at 15.8. And there we go. And we're 170 miles away. I'm going to take another break here real quick. I'll be right back. All right, folks, I'm back with you. Thought the CEO had something for me. All right, but like I said in the beginning, folks, this is one of those kinds of flights. You could fly it VOR to VOR to VOR, as we've seen. Gets a little tricky when you get into those where the next VOR isn't getting in range yet and you're having to fly the outbound. You could get a little tricky there, but it used to be done, folks. All right. You can kind of see the crab we have. Look at that to stay on course to Elwood City. Of course, we can't see much here because until I switch it, coming off Rosewood, you can kind of see the difference there. Go ahead and go back to INS. Anyway, just kind of wanted to show you that. All right, so we're going to be going 089 for 200 miles over to Lindy. All right, from 39, start going ahead and making sure our top of descents are good. 390 minus 23 equals, well, that didn't work. 69 minus 23. Let's do it that way. Oh, I'm adding. There we go. 16 times 3. So that ain't right. Find out what the heck is going on with the $1 million. Okay, the $1 million calculator is not working well. So we'll go to the $10 million version. My cell phone. So 69 miles. Okay, so hang on. Pull some charts. Okay, that is 17.7. So 51 miles from Lindy. I'm sorry, from Wilkes-Barre. Minimum. Okay. Got it. Get it? Got it? I got it. Get it. All right. Still doing pretty good across the ground, 577 knots, 100 miles roughly out of Elwood City, EWC VOR. And then on to Wilkes-Barre. I believe that's L Lima Victor Zulu. Yes. And like I said, at about the 50-mile point out is when we will begin to make sure we're in our descent, so we make 23,000. So again, hope you all have enjoyed. These longer streams, I know they get a little long, but they're not as bad as across the ponds that are from 6 to 10 to 12 hours in length, depending direction and departure arrival points. So, we are planning to cross the pond on our own here soon. I have not decided yet which airport. Gonna kinda feel that out because I really, with Pan Am, I'm not real certain where all they went. Not in airports, I have that, but where they parked at them. So And that's a very tricky thing with an airline that's been shut down since the early 90s. And airports have evolved. God help us if they're still the same as they were back in 1992. Yeah, it's a shame Lockerbie happened. Really, besides the human toll, it actually took an airline. But to be totally honest, TWA already embattled with money when they had Flight 800 first in flight. Two huge tragedies in the aviation industry, second only to Tenerife. Again, believe it or not, I believe a Pan Am 747 involved in that. Oh my gosh. I have to take a look at Tenerife. I could be way misspoken. So, I just know KLM was one of them. So, just a tragedy. It always is. Not only, like I said, in the loss of life, both in the air and on the ground with Lockerbie, but then to lose such iconic airlines. Granted, insurance is supposed to be there to pick up the pieces, so to speak, but such devastation. Sometimes you can't come out of. All right, we're showing on the clock here, folks. Where is my clock? Did I overfly it? No. 36 minutes. All right, and let's see how we're set up here again. Elwood City. I am going to go ahead and put in 11.6 here. And by the way, folks, I have flown the Lindy 8 off FMC down into where I wanted to go. We're going to fly mostly FMC here, but once we get off JFK, probably until we turn back in, because we got to fly it for the fixes, this aircraft would not have flown the arrival. No. The SIVAs are good, but you gotta have those coordinates, folks. This is an RNAV, meaning those aren't, off radio navigation. It's, you gotta know the points. So. Now, later years of the 747-200 would see some FMC adoption, but then that would have also went into the 300s that came out before the 400s really came on. So, and then with the 400 for sure you could fly the RNAVs. You would be quite capable, quite certified aircraft to fly. But we're trying to stay true to form to the D-ATIS. And since we're approaching Elwood City, I am going to check D-ATIS just one more time. Still calling for approaches RNAV GPS Zulu 13, GPS X 22 left. And our top of descent, I'll be honest with you folks, looking here on SimBrief, I'll bring that up real quick for you. Some toolkit, my bad. Showing up about right. Right about there is where we're going to start our top of descent. That should get us to Geno at the right altitude. And then we'll just descend from there. But yeah, that's pretty close to the ballpark. So you can see where Elwood City is. Between Pitt and Youngstown. All right, folks, so we're continuing in. Again, hope you've enjoyed the red eye out of Los Angeles into JFK. Back in the day, I believe the takeoff time for this would have been roughly in the 11, is it 11 o'clock? Takes a few minutes. Pull up that schedule. It's a historic schedule, so yeah, we can look it up. Just got to get to the right page. New York City. Okay, 11:30 at night, arriving at 7:45 in the morning. I think we are about an hour off, so we should be coming in at sunrise. Because it's right now, it's 3:30 Zulu, which I adjusted the clock for. That would be 5 o'clock, 5:30 Zulu, or 5:30 local right now, here in the East Coast. Wait a minute, correction, 6:30. So we're pretty close. It's only 3-hour difference, right? So that would be, it's, I'm sorry, it's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, my time would be 4 a.m., 5 a.m. So yeah, it's in the 5 o'clock hour. So we may or may not see sunrise. We'll see. But again, folks, if you show up early for your flights, look what happens. You get there early. Go figure that one. Sorry, couldn't resist. Back to the beginning of the stream. Alright, so we got 6 miles to Elwood City. Still aren't picking up from Wilkes-Barre. And then we'll be starting the arrival, folks. Hope you've enjoyed the red-eye flight. And hopefully for the CEO, we'll put hopefully a good touch on the landing. Hopefully. If not, at least we're at the maintenance facilities for Pan Am. But anyway, sorry, couldn't resist. Currently, folks, we get you the weather here in JFK. Beautiful. couple of cloud, 4,000, a few, but our ceiling is at 19,000 with 10 miles, so we shouldn't have any troubles unless those few clouds get between us and the runway and we have a hard time seeing it. Excuse me. All right, folks. Oh my gosh, excuse me for burping like that. Oh. Hopefully we start picking up Wilkes-Barre. I didn't even look to see what the leg difference is there. Oh, it's 200 miles, so okay. All right, 176 miles till we start the star, and we're still cooking at 575 knots over the ground. All right, we're gonna blind you. All right, folks, down to about 25 minutes, and we are coming in on the, we've got a little ways to go, but we are working our way towards JFK. Now, we do have some ATCs starting to pop up in the New York City area, Teterboro. What do we got? JFK ground. I saw something for LaGuardia. Hang on, we'll go being mean. Hang on. Ooh, what a line going from Mexico to Houston to Atlanta now. Oh, that's why New York approach came up. But again, we're offline, so that won't be a factor as we come into the area. So tell you this much, watching Similar, there's a ton of people working through on the streamers flying that, which is awesome to see. And Hartsfield, to the top, to the bottom. Same with Intercontinental back there in Houston. Well, hopefully in the next few, we'll start seeing some mileages off of Wilkes-Barre. Well, worst case scenario, folks, we'll go off this distance right here from the FMC, and about 60 miles from now we'll start our top of descent. So let's revisit our calculations, make sure we haven't had any drastic changes. 150 at 6. Wow. That's drastic. 150 at 6. We were 210. That's like almost 90 degrees, folks. Wow. That's 60 degrees. We'll put it in more. 5,500 feet. Temperature still holding at 11, or are we up? 12. Barometric pressure, is it holding or rising? 30.08. Oh, falling. So we're looking at 5,500 feet of runway. Okay. Let's go up here. Auto brakes medium. All right. We're about 100 miles now out. Like I said, at about 60 miles, I'm going to go ahead and start our descent to 23,000. And then from there down to 19, and then we'll work down to our turn-in altitude of 3,000. Again, for those who missed that, let's just bring the charts up to reminisce one more time. Okay, there we are approaching Wilkes-Barre. Okay, Wilkes-Barre, we'll track 124 to Stillwater. Geno, we got to be at 23,000. But from there, we'll continue our descent. Well, from there to Stillwater, down to 19,000, but we'll be at 250. And then we'll turn to 135 to LaGuardia. Direct JFK, outbound 180. Okay. Now from there, we're going to come outbound roughly on this track until we're a beam. Go a little further and make sure we come around mandatory 3,000, no faster than 210 as we head up the routing here. We're approximately, we're only talking about, if I'm reading this right, 20 miles. So we'll then switch it back to the FMC to bring us in. Okay. $30 miles. So there you go. And then once we get off the runway here, our goal, hopefully Zulu Alpha. If so, we'll just come off, get on Echo, and then work our way around into the Terminal 2 area. Yes, it says construction area, but no, it's still there in the sim. All right. And real quick, folks, a little what you can do here. Click approach. JFK. This is real world. There is one for VATSIM. See what they're going to do. Approach RNAV Zulu 13. RNAV. They are doing it. Okay. We'll see though. Well, it's actually approach that would make that call. But real world. As of 2051Z, not sure where we are clockwise at the moment. Bear with me. Currently 21:14, so roughly a half hour ago. 160 at 6, 10 miles. Let's get over here. Hey, every update we can get, folks, helps. 160. What did we say? At 6, okay. Barometric pressure still the same. Temperature still the same. Okay, cool. All right. So there you have it, folks. And neat, like I said, neat stuff that comes with it. Just gives you the METAR. They're still showing it at 150, so we'll go with the ATIS. Wow, we still haven't picked it up. Wow. That'd be a little tough right now, wouldn't it, folks? All right, so we're very close to beginning to set up for the descent. Okay, we're 30 miles. That can't be right. There we go. 67 miles out. And we just lost Elwood City. We'd be kind of like, uh-oh. Just stay on your course. Okay, it said 60 will start our descent. Now, one thing I want to point out that I really kind of wish was on the 727 from FlyJ that's on this plane. I love this vertical speed. Gives you an idea where you are on the dials. There's 60. Okay, so I'm going to go into the middle here. $58. Okay, 23. We still aren't showing Lindy. Going to go to vertical speed. Set it to 20. About right there. And I'm going to go ahead and pull some power back. Okay, so what I'm waiting for is as we're descending, when we hit 300, I'm going to flip it to indicated airspeed for it to maintain. And then as we break 18,000, which we won't until after Geno, then we'll start setting it up. But we got to be, again, Lynn Deity at 19,000, did we say? Yeah, 19,250, so. All right, we're picking up finally Wilkes-Barre. Then, like I said, it's 124 off of Wilkes-Barre. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put Stillwater on. 109. 6. And we're actually picking that one up. That'll be the 124, 125. Getting very close to 290. I'm sorry, very close to 300. We'll set it for 300 and let it come down now. All right, let's head over here and start looking at our checklist. Okay, seatbelts. I don't even think I turned those off. Sorry. Here, we'll turn them off for a few seconds.
Flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge.
All right, we are gonna go silent right now. Got to chime in that Orbix is upgrading their True Earth Great Britain package to X-Plane. Okay. All right. I don't get into those kinds of things because, well, let me just show you why. Part of the reason we're not, look at our frame rates, we're hovering right where X-Pilot would be a problem. So I'd rather just, that's default, let alone throw another program at it. So, but hey, that's me, folks. You all are into that kind of stuff. Check it out. All right, we are descending, about to come over Wilkes-Barre. Let's take a look outside. I think we're actually starting to see daybreak. I know, I said that about 2 hours ago. And the town of Wilkes-Barre, Scranton area. If folks, by the way, if you've missed any part of this stream today, later today, tonight, this will be uploaded to YouTube. Great video Hawker found for us, about 20-ish minutes that we played mid-flight. Check it out. The rise and fall of one of America's premier airlines, Pan Am. And really good stuff there. Great find there, Hawker. Great find. All right. Great find for me would be JFK right now. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Okay, we are coming off Wilkes-Barre, direct heading to, let's see how that trued out. Right on course. Look at that. Needle straight there. Okay. Looking good. All right. So now from Stillwater, which is this one here, we then track to Lindy. And then from Lindy, and that's 19,000. So, all right, so we're tracking to Cheno, and then on to Stillwater with a flyover of Hardy. Then Lindy, 19,250 knots. Now with us in, speed hold, it should hold it. And that's 17 miles off Wilkes-Barre and roughly 23 miles off Stillwater, give you an idea. So we're about 3 miles away. And there we are holding 300, folks. All right, I'm going to get back over here. All right, so exterior lights, let's start waking the place up. Okay, wing lights on, seat belts are on. Auto brakes are set. Radio switch is fine where it's at for now. We're not going to worry about, let's go ahead. Come down here and go into GA. Okay. But again, folks, we thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike today. If you like what you've seen, like the content, hey, smash that follow button. Love you to come along on our next adventure. Friday we'll be in the KC-46 for Sim Air Force, flying Omaha to Altus Air Base. All right, so 23,000. We're only dropping 3,000, so we're gonna hold off there for a little bit. Of course, ATC could tell us differently, but for now, we'll hold here at 23 till we get off Stillwater. Actually, till we get, about 10 miles into it, and then we'll start our descent to 19 and then push it down. Let me get the cabin altitude set. This is one of those questions I had for quite a while. Let's just bring it down to one, right about there. Okay, so we're lowering the pressure now, folks. Hang on, let me pull up inside the airplane so these people don't feel too bad, and it's going to be 3008, that's right. All right, you can see the cabin's bleeding off right now. Let's go ahead also while we're here, start feeding the reserves into their respective wing tanks, the outer ones, 1 and 4. And should be coming over Stillwater. Oh, we just did. Okay, Stillwater 7. At about 15 miles, I'm going to go ahead and start us down to 19,000. And then we're going to begin slowing. Again, we're going to go Lindy, which is our next fix, 25 miles away. LaGuardia, then we're going to JFK, out 180, swing around, and come in on the RNAV. All right, let's go ahead. Now 20 out. And with that comes speed limits. All right, folks, we're on the outskirts of New York City. As soon as we cross Lindy, I'm going to descend us to 10,000 feet. All right, 2 to go. One 13. 135.
To level off.
Perfect. Okay, radar's clean. Getting ready to make that turn and descend to 10,000 feet. Alright, so now we're direct LaGuardia. 15. That'll be JFK. $12 miles to LaGuardia. 18,000 is 3008. Okay. All right, folks, we are now working our way to LaGuardia. Then we'll head to JFK. I'm going to go ahead and continue us on down to 5,000. Okay. Here's that layer we talked about. Okay, from JFK it's a 180 till we get a beam assault, and then we'll turn in driving down to 3,000, slowing to 210. Leave LaGuardia. Oh, JFK. Notice how close they are, folks. Pretty much the weather and runways align so we don't get traffic hitting each other. Hence why the tight approach here, because they're probably coming in this way. Now I'm going to set 240 and a little bit more speed brake. 2 miles coming over LaGuardia. Alright, now we do not have an ILS, but we can back it up. So what I'm going to do, and JFK now stands 10 miles out. Okay, we're not getting any mileage off JFK. We're only getting, oh, that's because we're not on FMC. That's why. 6 miles. We've crossed it. 180. Okay, so we're going to continue our descent. I may modify to a 220 here in a minute. But we're going to continue our descent. Speed brakes out, slowing. .220. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is basically come out on the same heading as the runways. And all right, so there's 10,000. Hang on, lights. Sorry.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Okay, now I'm going to start my slowdown. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start this, see where we are. Spoilers, altimeters, landing.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selector.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers. Altimeters.
1019. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Cabin ready.
1000 level off.
Okay. Perfect timing.
Flaps 1. Flaps 5.
All right, so we're headed now to assault. Not sure. Oh, be good on the heading. And we're slowing.
Flaps 10.
Now what I've done is set my gauge so I know what the runway is. Now I could come in here, grab that ILS for 13 left. 1115. I'm sorry, 11150. And that'll give me an idea when we're on it. Okay, mandatory at 3,000. Okay, we're going to descend the Canarsie, which is about a 6 mile to 2,000. And then start our descent. We're going to need about 710 feet a minute from Canarsie on. And arm spoilers.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10. Gear down. Flaps 20. Gears down, green light.
All right, folks.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30. Landing checklist. Gear. Hold on.
I don't know what the heck's up with that one. The gear is down.
Landing checklist completed.
Actually, not able. You guys able to discern runways? Because I am having a time. Okay, there's that one. It's got to be it over. Okay, I got it. I got it now. Now I know where I'm looking.
One thousand.
All right, runway in sight. Glide path.
Localizer alive. 500.
And we wouldn't have been online, folks.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Approaching minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
50.
Pull up.
40. 30. 20. 10. Auto brake off.
Well, we
60 knots.
didn't get it into reverse, but this.
Flaps up.
Alright folks, as you saw, we do have a frame rate issue, so VATSIM would have never survived coming in here. Alright, so that was a wise decision not to use VATSIM. Alright. Let's clean this airplane up. It didn't call gear down. It didn't do that earlier either. That's weird.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Damn.
That's really slow.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Alright folks, we are in, I'd like to see, what is our frame rates? Wow, 10, 13. Yeah, this won't be much night flying with this plane. Wow. Alright, let's get to the next one. This is securing the cockpit. Okay, so just get up here, fire up that APU. Okay. Well folks, now we know why I don't like to fly at night on here. At least with this plane. Some of the others are fine. This one's definitely frame rate hog. Which is odd because I just flew it from Tokyo to LA, and was I able to fly that without it being at night on either end? Can't remember now. Yeah, we'll come into 62. Not real accurate, but it works. Okay, we are in the blocks, folks, so hang on. Give me a second here. We're still moving, as you can see.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on.
All right. Now, let's go back to that checklist. Brakes, beacons. Okay, so we got to get things set up here. Leads on. All right. All right, folks, we are in JFK. Welcome in. Hope you all enjoyed. Definitely an interesting arrival. Hang on a second. I'm just cleaning a few things up. That's gone. And 375 feet a minute. Not bad. All right. Let's see here. Ignitions are off.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
Okay. Kind of going to be bouncing here for a second, folks. I thought I turned those on. Okay, there we go.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Damn.
We'll skip that.
Beacon lights. Hold on. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Hold on.
Oh. Window heat. I forgot that.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder.
Off. Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Let's see. Off. Radio switches. This.
I think that's the last one.
Checklist completed.
All right, folks, there we go. We're all done. Let me go up here. Well, let's just leave it. I'm not even going to try to rewind, folks. Not even going. We already know we're pushing a lot of things here. So let's not
Cockpit to ground.
press
Connect
our
ground power.
All right, so there you have it,
Connected.
folks. The gem of the ocean has arrived. Sunrise, not bad, folks. All right, again, you can get your hands on this lovely aircraft. I actually, during the day, have no frame rate issues whatsoever. I got a feeling, oh, we're in a break, my bad. Give it about 20 seconds here and we'll get into this debrief. But what a flight. I hope you subscribers enjoyed it. It was a pleasure. It was fun. Night Owl, or Red Eye from Los Angeles to LA. So I hope you all enjoyed. And as our followers are coming back, welcome back, folks. What a great Red Eye flight. Like I was telling our subscribers in the chat, is a way to get a hold of the Felis 747. I usually don't run into the frame rate issue we did here. I'm not sure where that issue lied. But let's get into the debrief, shall we? First, I want to get rid of that stuff at the top. And it could very well be because of streaming. But hang on, I'm going to come back into cockpit here for a second. Yeah, we're running bare minimums on flights. I'm assuming, folks, it's going to be, you guessed it, because it's night, a lot of night lights on. It's transitioning from night to day. That transition, night to day to night, always is very hard. Always has been for me. All right, so as we saw, this was a pretty good run here. Let's see what Pan Am scored us at. We'll blame it on Pan Am Virtual. Just kidding, Spaceman. 298. You ought to be a happy camper. The maintenance crews don't have to work on this one today. Yep, 298 is our recorded for them. That'll make him happy. All right. So with that, let's bring in Sim Toolkit. One last time. All right, you can see it there, folks. Sim Toolkit, 375 feet a minute. Felt a lot better than that, obviously. Pan Am loaded us a little better. But, you know, to complain, it's kind of useless. But a great red-eye flight. Let's take a look at it a little deeper. There's the flight. There's the arrival. 4 hours, 40 minutes flying time, 2,148 miles. We burned 47,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.4 Gs on the landing, and 375 feet at 133. Guess what? That was VREF, folks. All right, full landing report may not be available. Actually, it might be this. It is. Well, how'd he do that? All right. I thought it was going to be lined up for 4s. I thought that's what we were set up for in the sim brief. I was wrong. All right, so got a displaced threshold. So the actual landing threshold is where the blue dot is, where the green dot is, which I kind of knew I'd be right at the center line, is 1,049 feet down the runway, folks. Guess what? Right on the aiming bars. Love it. That was in RNAV, folks. I am actually tickled. That's a great landing to me. Putting it right on to me, the numbers, granted a little to the right, okay, but folks, when you get that nose up on a 747, guess what? Your instrument. You can't see the runway. So, I'll take it. We exited, I think, right here onto Echo. We could have come off here, but I chose the high speed at a slow speed, and we taxied to the gate. Now, let's see what kind of construction. Okay, this is the old world port area. Did not get saved. Unlike TWA's Terminal 5, this one did not get saved at all. It's a shame because it was a historical item, and they didn't see fit to save it like they did the TWA Terminal 5. All right, but overall, folks, a great flight. Enjoyed it immensely. And I hope you did too. Red eye service in. We'll try it, but folks, don't hold your breath for a...
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Don't expect much from it, folks. I truly think we're going to crash the desktop on this
ground
one.
power disconnected. Chocks removed.
But, you know, I've been shocked when I've said that before. So let's see what happens. Is it going to go into replay, or is it going to crash to this? I think it's going to crash. It's going to crash. All right, let me go ahead and put the screen up. Yeah, she crashed to desktop. I kind of expected that, folks, just by how everything was going. Folks, I just want to say what a great time I had. We're going to go ahead. Obviously, we're going to wrap it up here for today. Tomorrow, again, back at work. Friday? No. Well, let me rephrase. Wednesday, I don't know what we're going to do. I really don't know the time. I've got training at work. I've got an appointment after work. So look for, if I do have time, a surprise, and I don't even know what the surprise will be. But Thursday, we're going to maybe shoot for the same time, maybe an hour later. We'll let you know. But it's going to be in the Flight Factor 767-300 freighter, painted as the Pegasus KC-46. We're going to fly from where we left off with Sim Air Force at Office Air Force Base down to Altus Air Force Base with the KC-45. Even thought about bringing the Queen back out, but I know some of you all like to see that 767. So we'll see what we can do. But folks, again, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike today's flight. It was my pleasure. Sorry for the frame rate massive crash there at the end, but it's how it happens, folks. It just, some days are good, some days are bad. So I hope you all have a great rest of your Monday. Enjoy your Tuesday, as I will try to at work. And hopefully we'll see you all Probably, I hate to say it to my European folks, probably the US folks will be who will be able to watch the stream, but you never know. So until then, folks, God bless you all. I really hope you all have a great day, and we'll see you all for sure Thursday, maybe Wednesday. God bless. And I think we're going to raid Megabitic. See what's going on with him. Y'all have a great day, YouTubers. See you again. God bless you all.